All right, you want to check the stream now?
Okay. All right. Yep, I got you. Okay, perfect. Let me go ahead and copy that link. All right, I think we should be good to go.
Okay. Trying to get this taskbar to hide. Full screen. Settings.
And you got that out of Nick's room?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure I have that set up so it doesn't go to sleep, but yeah, if it does, it's
I can always swing back up here too. What time does the
no,
meeting start?
no, you don't need to do that. No. And he can take care of it if it goes to sleep.
Okay.
He'll call me and I'll walk him through it.
There we go. Okay. Taskbar is now hidden. I just see you. So this looks good though, as far as picture wise.
Yeah, yeah. No, that'll be fine.
Okay. You want me to go ahead and mute it and then,
Yeah. Go ahead and mute audio and video and it
okay.
should be good.
And I got YouTube muted so there's not double feedback coming through for them.
Yeah. Good catch on that.
Okay. Have a good night.
Yep. Thanks. I appreciate you setting that up.
Yeah, no problem. See ya.
Bye.
But y'all there.
So it's the season.
Be on Andy, right? We've got 6 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get the meeting started. Welcome everybody in the room and online. Look for a motion of the adoption of the agenda.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda with moving 6.2 to the end of action items, so after the roofing project. District relocation.
Christie,
Move it
quick,
to the end of the
moving it
action
to the
items.
end after.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Christie, seconded by Angie. Moving 6.2. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? 6-0. Approval of the minutes from the regular meeting held on March the 10th, 2025.
A motion to approve the minutes. Second.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Lisa. Any further discussion on the 1.3? All those in favor? 6-0. Approval of the minutes from the special meeting held on March 28th, 2025.
Motion to approve special board meeting minutes. Second.
Moved by Christie, seconded by Angie. Is there any further discussion on 1.4? All those in favor? 6-0. Public comment, seeing none. Diana?
None.
Where'd you go? There you are. You're hiding from me. Consent items.
Motion to approve consent items.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Jeff. Any further discussion on the consent items? All those in favor? 6-0. Communication items, focus on learning, Norwich School.
So this evening, I believe Heidi has designated someone, so they should be here shortly. Heidi is out. She had a family emergency. Had to go to Texas, and so we'll push the Norwich update back just a bit for Mrs. Hansford, who will be here shortly to deliver that message. And we will, and I would request that we go with Ms. Loveland, and then we will be here shortly.
Counselor's update. Lydia Loveland, please.
All right, who's she leading this? Because I can show off that information. I'm ready.
You might send it to Andy,
Well, let me just
I can do that.
let me invite you to the meeting.
but share it to the thing.
A special invite. That's fine. You actually already have it. So you. Now we can start. Well, I just about said good morning to all of you, so it's April, that's how that's going. For those of you who I haven't got to meet yet, which notice anybody, my name is Lydia Loveland. I work across the district here, doing a handful of things. I'm a social worker, so I tend to get every phone call that says, hey, this person is at food stamps or they need a little bit of help. What can we do? I work a lot with DCF and any of our foster care situations. In addition to that, I work in 2 of our main programs that kind of just run directly through me. The first one that we are in our first year of is a Medicaid program called Presumptive Eligibility. It's been in the state of Kansas for a while, but anytime someone is eligible for Medicaid but doesn't already have it, they can call me up. We do an online application that is actually shorter than if they were to do it on their own. And I know that because I've had to do it on my own for my own kid. And it gets them approved faster. So if they're approved for Medicaid, they walk out with coverage that moment. And then their overall application gets processed quicker than they'll be on coverage for a year. This is the first year we've done it. I was just counting up. I, with families and the county, have completed 17 applications. And we have ended with 13 of those got approved for year-long Medicaid. Those are all new people who did not have insurance in our county before we met with me. Now they do. We also have a handful of other families that call me up anytime they get their renewal and it's 15 pages long and they don't understand it. They come in, we meet together, we get that done so that their kids maintain coverage. I also sometimes just sit on hold with them and can care to figure out what their coverage is and why. So that's one of the things that I do. I just kind of want to let you know how that was going. It's been super helpful. I can't tell you how many times Not all of them, but there's a handful of those families that get that because we are doing the mental health intervention team. They call me up, they say, I think my kid needs therapy, but we don't have any insurance. What can I do? And I say, hey, well, let's talk about that. We actually also had another family that was getting therapy for a while. And then I noticed, hey, we haven't seen them for a while. I called mom up, same thing. She lost her job. The kids lost their insurance. She didn't know what to do. I said, hey, I actually help with that. Do you want to come in? We'll get that taken care of. We did. Mom and all the kids are now covered again. So it just helps fill in gaps like that for children that are in our community. I just realized I don't have control of this. So the other new program that I'm going to tell you about is a grant that we run here in our community or in our schools. It's called the Mental Health Intervention Team. So MHIT is what I call it. I work in all 3 schools for this. The short version of it is instead of asking kids to miss half a day or an entire day of school to go see a therapist every other week, we bring the therapist into the building. We do 2 reports a year. One is the mid-year report. It goes all the way through from like August to November through November. That I already have done. Now, I also do one in June. I'm gathering information for that. I'm seeing some good data for it, but I don't have it finalized yet. So that I'm bringing you the mid-year report that I submitted. Go ahead and go. Can I do this, Andy, or do you have to? Hey, there we go. So this is last year and this year. We have grown so much this year. So the green bars here, no, blue bars. These are the times anybody called me and said, Lydia, we need your help with a family, whether it's to get therapy, to get Medicaid, to get services, whatever. Oh man, I did this weird. I apologize. Requests for services by December of last year, we'd only had 64. This year we had 154 by December 1st. And I was kind of pulling my hair out and I saw this number and I went, I feel a little validated. By December 1st last year, we had 26 kids that had done the paperwork, had an intake and met with the therapist. That whole process can take almost 2 months. We had 26 kids in the program by December 1st last year, 68 by December 1st this school year. We are sitting at 93 right now. I did not know that we had that much room to grow, but we certainly did. Go ahead, Andy. I had prepared this for the principals in the building so that we knew what we do. If you want to know more information about anything, I can tell you. For the purposes of the grant to prove that bringing a therapist in helps kids be successful, these are the 4 things we measure: attendance, externalizing behaviors, are they hitting, are they getting in trouble, things like that. Academic achievement, not just their grades. We also look at assessments as well as their own statement of how they are as a student. And internalizing behaviors, a lot what they tell us on their social emotional assessments, as well as if they're connecting with others, and their connection survey. Do they have an adult that they're connected with in the building? Not a single one of these is measured by just one variable. My mother was a math teacher. You don't do that. That's not good data. This is just different places we get it from. Again, we can go into more, but we don't have to right now. But again, the data that we have on our kids, there's nothing that says, well, we had a bad day here, or we did one thing here. I don't do anything to our kids or our data that says this is our one worst measurement and that makes everything look awful. Everything is a full picture. Go on, Andy. So this is where we were as a district. I do have it all broken down. We can show you each building if you want. But half of our kids maintained or improved in all 4 areas. The grant says if you maintain, that's considered good. That's the same as an improvement. It's really only a decline that we're looking at negatively. Nobody's perfect. We don't expect perfection. I did, and you'll see later, I actually broke out maintenance versus improvement. Maintenance is super important, especially because by the time the kids come to us, by the time a parent says, yes, my kid really does need help, by the time we get through that 2 months of getting all the paperwork done, the intake done and started, they have been already going down. And so maintaining means, remember our laws of physics, an object in motion wants to stay in motion. They're already on the downward slope. So stopping that, getting them to be able to regulate and then turn around and make good progress. Maintenance is huge. And improvement even more so. So for the purposes of the grant, maintain and improve is the same thing. I will actually break that out further in our information. But as of December 1st of this school year, 3/4 of all our kids across the district maintained or improved in 3 of the areas that we measured, which is fabulous. I cannot tell you the amount of times a parent will come to me and say, I think my kid wants this, but I don't want them pulled from class because I don't want them to suffer educationally for this. I bring this up. The amount of our kids that actually improved academically, who are in this program is really kind of astounding for me. Go. Here we go, district-wide. So if they did not improve, that's the red, maintain is green, and we have lots of good maintains across the board, but we also have so much improvement across the board. We have, for attendance, this is always a big problem. We know attendance is a problem everywhere. And we have lots of, well, 15% of our kids that did not improve. But we have more kids both maintain and improve. And it shows across the board. If you're here in school, you're going to do better academically. You're going to have better time getting along with your peers and your teachers because you know what the expectations are and you're used to meeting them. So this is just from August to December of this year, how our kids that were in the program, the 68 that we looked at, how they are doing. We will have another one of these updates, including them and the 30 new kids that we've added. Well, 25, if I do my math right. In June, I'll have one of those. There's more, but I've shared a lot of information really fast. Does anybody have any questions about anything before I keep going? Because I don't really need to take up your whole time. I think the rest of it. So we don't have to go through the rest of these unless you want to. I have a number of slides like this and other charts like you just saw that breaks it down for each building. So this one, for example, is for Kingman Elementary. On the, well, for me, right, but you left side of every slide, it talks about the district. So numbers of students in the district, 758, that is not a total count. That is total count from grade. So that does not include any students that are getting, they graduated, but they're getting educational services beyond 18, any of our pre-K, any of our virtual, any of that, anybody like that did not fit the parameters of the grant, I had to take out. I still think this number is a little low, but it's where we were in September when I collected my numbers. These numbers are kind of more for my teachers. So like in our tiers of intervention, if my top, one-on-one intervention, which is what therapy is, I would assume that only 5% of kids need that, then I would say 38 of kids would be in our program, we had 68. So that's what these numbers are. They're just for like ways to hang our hat around this conversation. At the time, we had 9% of students in the district. We're in the program. We're at 10, pushing 11 right now. And then it breaks down, same thing on the other side for the elementary. Kingman Elementary and Norwich, building wise, are our biggest utilizers of this program. We don't have to go forward, but I will let you know, I recently reached out to a few other schools that are about our size district-wide, and are also in the program. And I said, how many years have you been in the program? How many kids are in your program? How many therapists are you working with? I wanted to get a feel for if this is normal or not, if that's what they see. I've only had one response so far, but it was from Haven, so nearby place, kind of similar area. And they also use Horizons, which is one of our primary ones. We use 4 therapists across our 3 buildings. And like I said, we're upwards of 90 kids in our program. She was like at 60 something. They're 6 years in the program. They have 1 therapist that they use multiple times a week. So we are exceeding at least what that's going on there. I don't know if that's similar across other buildings. So we have the need. It's absolutely being used. We are also in talks. We have 3 therapists through Horizons. Up in Kingman, they will continue services all through the summer at the Kingman office there in town. That's what they've done in the past. We will continue to do so. Here in Norwich, we don't have a therapy office here in town. We have 1 Horizons therapist and then Carla Higgs, who used to be a counselor here. She's a private therapist. Both of them, we're just figuring out logistics right now. Last year, they continued services in building through the month of June because we have people here in the front office to let them in and out. And that worked really well last year. We started back up in August, so there was a 1 month off. During that month off, families can still go to either Kingman or Anthony to continue that service. But in the meantime, having it available here made a big difference. They took advantage of that last year, and we're making plans to continue that again this summer, at least through June, and then we'll see how August presents when we can get people back in the building. I can continue the rest of it and show you the rest of the numbers if you want it, but we don't have to. It's going to be kind of just the same thing. Somebody say something.
I think we're okay.
Okay. That is what I have right now. Do you have any questions about any of those programs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to do some focus on learning, Mrs. Hansford?
Hi, I'm Carrie Hansford. Thanks for having me today.
He didn't know he did.
He can't, you know,
He was be man all night. Probably actually get this.
Thanks, big brother.
Yes.
It's your fault. And then the new ballot. Yeah, whenever you're on the other man. Goodness, I do it once. Want to make sure you got here.
Okay. I'm going to talk about Relay for Life, which is an event that we had here at Norwich this last Saturday from 6 to midnight. It was sponsored by the National Honor Society. I tried to get some kids to come with me tonight, but I was competing with the FFA banquet, so I apologize. You just got me. Go ahead. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what Relay for Life is about. It's a nonprofit organization that raises money for the American Cancer Society. Teams walk around a track to signify that cancer never sleeps. It also includes awareness activities, a luminary event, survivor and caregiver recognition, as well as fun and entertainment. This is a picture of one of our dads being a really good sport with his daughter. They have relay races, they have booths where the kids can raise money, yard games, we had a cakewalk, bingo, snack tables, food. We had the barbecue truck from Norwich come and they gave back part of their profit to us. Our seniors sold hot dogs. Mr. Tap Turner cooked those hot dogs for us, which we appreciate. We shared a lot on social media. So if you saw, I shared a lot on social media. My colleagues at school are probably tired of seeing it. So it's finally over. They don't have to see it anymore. So they're glad about that. Luminaries, this are two of my National Honor Society students, Cruz and Maddie Hooker, and they spoke at the Luminary event. People could decorate their bags or they could have students decorate it for them. They purchase it for $5 a bag. It can be either for a survivor or a loved one who's no longer with us. And the luminaries were displayed the night of relay and you can see it behind them. Survivors and caregivers, we had survivors and caregivers recruited from the community and they kicked off the walk with us and they did the first lap. And we have a survivor in our school, Madison Francis. She was in kindergarten when she was diagnosed, and her mother, Jerica Francis, spoke to kick off our event, and she did a beautiful job, made a beautiful speech. Every dollar is raised helps research for those affected by cancer. We just asked the community to make contributions, and we did a great job raising money. Montana Royals was our marketing and recruitment person. She did a great job getting people from the community to come in. They went and they talked to downtown businesses about it. They put out little jars to raise money, and we earned quite a bit of money from the little jars that they put out downtown too. This was just the where you can go and you can see our website that we had for Relay for Life. This talks about who could register. So anybody that was in 6th to 12th grade could register, and they could either be a captain or they could be part of a team. And if they weren't on a team by that night, I would just help them find a team so they wouldn't be by themselves. I also had some adults that were part of teams, so that was great too, just community members. And then from 9 to midnight, any team that raised $100 together, or each individual who raised $50 on their own, if they weren't part of a team, if they were not part of a team, and I just asked them to purchase or sell one luminary, and then they got to attend just the fun events from it. And then our top earning teams will receive special recognition on the night of relay. And as of now, that team is a junior high team, and it was called We Wear Ribbons for Them, led by Letty McIntyre. And then community and students that were 5th grade and under, they also took part. They came and had fun on the bouncy house and the food and bingos and all the other activities. These are all my students that were took part in the event and that were the organizers. They did a fantastic job. I especially like to recognize Kyler and Elena, who worked tirelessly from the beginning to the very end of the event, cleaning up, were fantastic. They're seniors, they'll graduate this year, and they're both going to K-State. Here's a few pictures of things that we did, teams, the bouncy house. This middle picture is all the students that were involved, and then that picture is National Honor Society students. And I just we don't have a final count yet, but so far we've raised over $6,600. I just like all these people contributed and more to the event. And I just like to thank everybody for their time, money, and effort that they gave. And that's it.
Did Mr. Hansford do some karaoke?
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
The kids took care of most of that. And they
The
were,
kids, and the cakewalk was really popular. Over karaoke. So.
There was a lot here. Great event. Did a great job.
no, not a
No
me,
video.
not a me.
Thank you for doing it for those guys. Taught them a lot.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job.
They did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Financial report, Mr. Andy.
Gonna talk a little bit about where we're at with the sale of district office. They had the termite inspection, came back cleared. Had Matty Geeper up on the roof, kind of looking at things, and he said the roof was in relatively good shape, so we're not expecting anything to come back from that. He said there's one area up in that northwest corner where we might have to do a little bit, but other than that, everything looked pretty clean. They did a whole building inspection this last Friday. I don't have any information on that yet. You know, but they went through everything just like they do on a normal house inspection. So we should get that report here hopefully next couple of days and kind of get some information on that. And then the last thing that they're looking at is they're bringing in an engineer to look at that wall and kind of make a determination and kind of where, you know, what the engineer says, if it's going to be something that good to go. And so that's that other piece of that contract. So other than that, things are moving along on the sale of the building. We've been starting the spring orders. We're getting those in from the buildings. We're just going to process those here. Starting getting things in before the end of the summer with secretaries in the building so they can get things dispersed. So we're right along with their schedule. Good. So, questions for me?
So the fire inspection is completed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Superintendent's report.
All right, I had a little presentation too, but and Mr. Robert, you don't have to put that one up unless you feel like you got it. I mean, it's in the agenda, but I can go through it. So the first update I just have is really just about KISA. And so KISA is the new accreditation model for the state. And we have our 6-month review coming up here in May. And so on page, take my glasses off, on page 36 of the packet, you'll see there the fundamental that we chose. So that first page 35 shows all the fundamentals and structured lead indicators that a district could choose for focus areas. Our district leadership team chose to focus on structured literacy, as you'll see there on page 36. And then it really talks about, along that right-hand side, what were our goals. And our 6-month target was really to look at prioritizing budgets and exploring ways to incentivize and recognize participation for those who are participating in letters training and getting literacy trained. That, as you know, as I've shared in updates, that has been somewhat jeopardized by the freezing of the extension of ESSER funds to the state. Right now, we're being told by our service centers that we're still good to go for these next. So anyone that's currently enrolled in a training, which all of our current staff that would be teaching K-6, or those that work specifically with literacy at the secondary level, they are all enrolled in letters training. We're told that these, and we have Joni Watkins is also enrolled as a certified local letters trainer. So we'll have our own letters trainer in our district to both train new people and support those who have already gone through the training. So we believe that these folks that are already enrolled will be able to continue and that the state will pay for that. But we have started talking about what are the contingency plans in the event that they can't. And then also to talk about, right now we pay them. So letters requires about 50 hours for each unit outside of, so they have to do about 50 hours of work outside of the normal classroom time that they spend in the training. And so we actually pay them the curriculum rate for that time. So they, for every unit completed, I think they get about $800, I think, for a total, I think, of 3,200 when they're finished. I think a total of 3,200 once they complete the 2-year training. And so we are going to try and make sure that we can prioritize continuing to do that and pay them. A lot of districts are asking them to volunteer that time. It's a lot of work. I'm currently in letters training. It's very It's very time consuming. And so we're really looking at how to prioritize that. And then if you look through there, it talks about why we made that selection on page 37. And then that last question on page 37 of the packet, they really ask you, what do you think is going to be the next thing that you do? So the next step that we take for next year, and what the team came up with is we really think we want to look at high quality instructional materials. We're in a new adoption for CKLA, Amplify CKLA at the elementary level, and still relatively early on in the My Perspectives, with the My Perspectives implementation at grades 6 through 12. So we're going to really look to better utilize those instructional materials and also make sure that our pre-K through 5 and 6 through 12 teachers that are responsible for teaching and supporting literacy will have access to that training. And then have the local letters trainer work with those who aren't directly supporting literacy to not do letter training, but to better understand how students learn to read. So if you have a struggling reader in your class, that you'll be able to help them, as well as making sure that we utilize literacy specialists again and helping people. You know, again, I don't want to belabor that, but we've come to know over the past few years with this new science of reading that we now understand that the reason that most of our kids aren't reading is because they are lacking skills. We did not teach them some things early on, and so a literacy specialist thing can help, especially in secondary classrooms, help kids get access to be able to read some things. So that's kind of what we're looking at in the next year for KISA. And again, we have a wonderful supporter from the state, Mindy Bruce, who I think used to be the superintendent maybe in Renwick. She's awesome. She's great to work with, and our team really loves her. DLT's been really strong. Next up, we have the Kansas CTE Scholar Program. So you can read there sort of what the qualifications are for that on page 38. And we're really proud to announce that this year we have 2 CTE scholars being recognized through from KSD, and that's here at Norwich both for comprehensive ag here at Norwich, Cruz Liddicky and Kyler Murphy. So as you watch both of them walk across the stage, you'll see them walk across with a sort of teal cord to recognize themselves as CTE scholars. So proud of them. A lot of hard work put in so they can get those things to complete those things. Page 40. This is something that I had hoped the counselors, but I think Lydia was busy today. They were doing this training, so I'm going to introduce it to you, and they're going to talk about it a little bit more in the coming months. But there is a grant through the state of Kansas for this app called Help Me, and you can read there sort of what Help Me entails. But It really gives ready access through this app to both national and local resources. So again, we can add resources. So for example, local food banks. So if someone needed help and they had access to this app, if they were in Kingman or Norwich, they could actually hit help me. It would help them access our local food banks. It also has a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week crisis line. So if someone needs to speak with a counselor immediately because of mental health issues, they can access someone through this app. Again, it's free through 2027. We didn't see any reason not to implement it. So the counselors will be talking a little bit more about that and what that looks like in the coming months. The one that isn't here, but it is on, that would have been on my presentation there, but Andy, it's fine that we don't have it there. So both Kingman and Norwich High School are 2025 high school all-stars for the FAFSA event. So they hosted FAFSA events, they do career planning with students and host a college night. And so they'll be recognized at the K-Board meeting on, I think it's May 14th. So I believe this is the 3rd year for Norwich and the 2nd year for Kingman High School. So in 2025 All-Star Awards. So those will be on our website here shortly. As soon as we got a really late notice on Kingman High School. I wasn't sure when it originally came out. I said, I think you missed one. And they're like, oh, I think we did. So both schools will be, and they'll hang a banner. They sent us a banner. It's going to be pretty amazing. So pretty proud of the work that they're doing around career planning. And then to conclude my superintendent's report, I will just say that thank you to the board, thank you to the folks. I don't want to get emotional. On the consent agenda tonight was my resignation. I will return to Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, where I graduated. So that is the place that educated me. I will finish my career as an educator. So it's pretty surreal and pretty exciting. A little bittersweet. Worked with amazing people here and proud of a lot of things we've done. At the same time, I get to go home and be very close to my son and to my mother, who my father passed away right after I took this position. And so be glad to get back home. So we will be a bittersweet ending, but I certainly am happy for what we've done. I'm very grateful for the support I've had in the last 4 years. It's been pretty great. So thank you.
Thank you. Written report, building principles, everybody got those? Any comments, questions, or anything? 5.1, discussion of PBIS classrooms at KMHS and KES. Topaz Crable, SEC director, is with us tonight. He's going to go over some of the things that is PBIS. So thank you for coming down tonight, Topaz. Thanks, Andy. Andy Dennis.
Okay, my name is Topaz Crable, for those of you that don't know me. I'm an assistant director with SEC. This is my 3rd year in this position, 4th year out of the classroom. I worked as a human elementary special education early childhood teacher previously before I stepped out of the classroom. So I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to try to keep this short, but I could go on for 30 minutes, but I won't. So I will just try to give you an overview. I wanted to share about special education and least restrictive environment and what that is. It's a key part of IDEA and what we're doing in special education. Give you an idea of what our PBIS classrooms look like, as well as kind of the processes that we have built in place for referral and continuum of services. So the first, okay, so
Here, I'll hit it. Sorry.
so the Mr. Hansford shared thank you, the PBIS program description. And so it was 2 pages. And so you may have already read all the way through it. I'm going to kind of touch base on just some of the main highlights for what that classroom looks like. So that classroom has purpose and structure. It is highly structured. And it is a special education classroom. I know that was a piece of education in our buildings that they thought, well, if a student has behavior is PBIS, and that's not true, because a student could have behaviors that are not special education. So they do have to qualify to have an IEP, they have to meet one of the exceptionalities. And if they're having behavior struggles, it's related to their exceptionality. It's part of their IEP. So it is a special education classroom designed to support students whose behavior disrupts their access to the general education curriculum. It provides individualized support, so the program addresses missing or lagging skills and focuses on teaching specific skills and strategies in a highly structured environment. So something that we wouldn't necessarily be able to do very well just in the regular resource room. And it also has a focus on inclusion. So the PBIS classroom focuses on developing the needed skills to self-regulate and cope in the school setting, with the availability to then, once they can be successful, to go out and practice those skills with peers, whether that is during gym or whatever the IEP team determines. It could be gym, it could be they're gonna start in science to see if they can be successful before we would move them back into the general education environment. And it's also data-driven and evidence-based strategies. If you look at the data, the amount of data that the classrooms take, it's huge, because we want to make sure that we're making decisions off of data of what the student needs and how we're determining their placement. Okay. So the other piece that Mr. Hansford had sent was a section from our special education process handbook. And so I want to talk just a little bit about the least restrictive environment. So this is directly out of the process handbook. And it says, least restrictive environment is, to the maximum extent appropriate, children with disabilities are educated with children who are not disabled. So when we're looking at this, and this is I'm talking about PBIS and some behavior difficulties. This is across the board. So if a student has Down syndrome, we want them to be educated with their peers at the greatest extent possible. Research is clear that they will have greater outcomes when they become an adult if we're able to do that. And that is important, and it is very research-based. It's true with students that might have behavior difficulties also. Okay. So currently our PBIS classrooms that we have within our cooperative, we have 15 districts. 3 of our biggest districts are Pratt is our first one, Kingman Norwich is our second, Chaparral School District is our third. So this year we have Kingman has the K6, Kingman has the 712, so it's the first time we've had the full continuum of grades. And Pratt has a 4th to 8th grade at their Liberty Middle School. They would like to do more. They're struggling with space, as most districts buildings do. Okay. So when we're talking about our continuum of services, so this is what we have available within SEC. So, and when we're talking about least restrictive environment, the least restrictive environment for a student would be number 1 in general education with supports. So they, and when we're looking at that, least restrictive environment says, what environment can they be successful in? So it doesn't mean that one student's least restrictive environment is everybody is here. It all depends on where they can be successful. But our goal is to try to have it as close to this side of the continuum as possible. So when we're looking at a student with behavior difficulties, general education classroom with support would be the least restrictive if they could be successful. That could be, they may just need to have an accommodation that when they become escalated, that they might need to have a chance to where they can go take a break, take a walk, go get a drink. They might be able to use the resource room to calm down, complete an activity and calm down, and then come right back out into the classroom. So then as we go down, the IEP team is who determines the student's least restrictive environment. And so as we're going down here, if the student can be successful here, then that's where they're going to stay. If they're not being successful, the team is going to discuss what other things can we do to help them be successful. So the next step might be, and this is a pretty simplified view, there's a lot of other things that can go into what the IEP team is talking about.
But the second piece would be the general education with some time in special education. Elementary student really struggles with math, small groups, math they struggle with, small groups, independent work time. We see with data that we have more issues during that time. The team might determine they need to be pulled out for that hour. So the student is successful, this is their least restrictive environment. If they're not, the team will go on down. They might determine that they need to be pulled out for maybe half of the day, and they'll determine what times a day that looks like. If they're successful, that's where they stay. So then the next step would be the majority of the day in the special education classroom. We do have students. We have students in all parts of this continuum. This is very difficult for our resource teachers to maintain. And so a lot of times if they get here and this is where they can show some success, we may determine that a PBIS setting is what's most important, because that's really what they're doing in their resource room. They may get to here and they put some things in place and they try to push back. So this is a continuum that goes back and forth. So the PBIS classroom type would be the next piece. And the biggest difference between here and then Haskins, which are day school, is these students have the opportunity to learn those skills, be able to regulate themselves, and start participating with their peers. If the team determines that this is not successful, we'll have an IEP team to discuss a change of placement to Haskins our day school. Haskins our day school is in Pratt. It is only for students who are identified, so they don't have access to any general education peers. It is because the level of their special education needs are at the point to where they need that structured environment. Sometimes there's a lot that goes into it, but one of the key questions with this is the student safe? Are the staff in that building safe? And that may determine a change of placement to Haskins. So when we're looking at this, in the last, I have worked with a PBIS classroom all 3 years I've been assistant director, and I've seen students go from one end to the other. So this year, we've had students that have started in the PBIS classroom type that's currently in general education with just some time with special education. We've had some students that have been in the PBIS classroom type that may be exactly where they need right now. And it's not looking like we're going to be making any changes. We have had the case to where if they're not being successful within that PBIS classroom type, that we have the IEP team meet and they determine that we need to make a change of placement to Haskins. So it is that continuum of services with the importance of trying to stay on this side as much as possible. And then just to touch, just to highlight. So when we're talking about change of placements, when we're talking about continuum of services and what the student needs, those decisions are made by the IEP team. It includes the child's parents, the special education teacher, general education teacher, school representative, which is usually the principal, unless if they designate someone else. And then if needed, someone who can interpret evaluation results, and when appropriate, the student. I do want to highlight that with your PBIS programs, the school district representative, if it is somebody that is not in this district, this principal is involved in the IEP meeting. So the incoming principal will be invited, but either Jamie or Jenny will sit in on that IEP meeting because they are part of that team. And then just to kind of wrap things up, our referral process, we do have a specific referral process in place, and we take those decisions very seriously because it's a big change from being especially if you're not from Kingman. It's easier when it's within that building, but taking them out of their home building and changing buildings. That decision is
very serious. And we expect a lot of things in place that have been tried before we would make that change. So when we're looking at this, the very beginning, if a team reaches out and say, hey, we're really struggling, I think the student needs to go to PBIS. I get that call at least once a month from somebody of saying they want to start this process. So the very beginning is we look at behavior initial review and programming. We look at reviewing behavior documentation. They have to have documentation. They have to have a current functional behavior assessment, which the school psychologist completes. And it helps us know what the function of the behavior is. A current behavior intervention plan that's followed with fidelity. And that they've gone through that continuum of services. So they have to have been beginning to pull out into the special education resource room before they would even consider a change of placement into a PBIS classroom. As well as we have a multidisciplinary support team, which is similar to the school SIT teams, that they also have to fill out a form, and they have to be on our agenda that we meet every month to discuss. So then after they've done that, they have to review that FBA if needed. They have to update the behavior intervention plan and put in new suggestions that the MST team would have come up with for them to try. And they have to give it some time. We say 4 to 6 weeks. Sometimes it may not be 4 to 6 weeks, but that's typically what we look at for behavior change. So we look at data to see if we need to make adjustments. Then if they're still struggling, they still feel like that PBIS would be the best placement for them, they can fill out a referral form, and the MST team will review to determine what we recommend. And so it does, I put who it includes. It's all of our SCK coaches, at least 4 school psychologists, at least 1 SCK admin, and I'm the one that's on that team right now, the Haskins principal and our SCK nurse. And so then depending on what we recommend, if we recommend that yes, they could be a candidate, then the team will have to sit down and have an IEP meeting. We'll invite the PBIS classroom and the principal to that meeting to determine that IEP team will then determine if this is the change that will take place or if they'll continue with what they are doing. Okay, so I know that was a lot of information. I tried to keep it brief, but do you have any specific questions?
So is the co-op required to have a PBIS classroom by law?
So I would
Or
not
is it
say.
just something the co-ops choose to do? I'm just trying
Okay,
to
I would
understand.
not say that PBIS is not laid out in law. So the PBIS classroom, the continuum of services is required under IDEA, that we provide that continuum of placement. What that looks like can look different for different cooperatives, districts, and it does quite a bit. I can say everybody does have a continuum of services though.
Okay. And then we all know, and this is not a day, we just know education doesn't move quickly in general, either general education, special education, none of it. So when it gets to a point, how fast does it move if they say this student is no longer successful in this PBIS classroom, the student's not safe or staff isn't safe, how fast does it move to remove that student from that situation out of those schools into Haskins? Like what is it another, okay, well, let's check it for 4 to 6 weeks or take a temperature check and come back? Okay.
So well, and I would say it depends. This is not the classic answer. It depends. I would say when we're talking about safety, it moves pretty quick. When we're truly talking about safety, and I check in with both of the principals in Kingman, and I have a gauge of how things are going. And so if it's something that and they feel could be maintainable, like we want to keep trying different interventions, then we'll keep doing that. If it becomes truly a safety issue, we can turn around and have an IEP meeting as soon as the parents or educational advocate is able to. If it does get down, and that is a 10-day, we're supposed to get 10-day notice.
Yeah.
Now, granted, a lot of times in these situations, parents will agree to waive them. If we got down to a manifestation, the whole other piece, for 10 days, we can hold it within 24 hours. So
And so
I would say quicker, when it's a safety issue, it's a quicker rather than.
so there's continued open dialogue between Mrs. Campbell, Mrs. Tilton and yourself, so that there's not a delay just in case they feel it's not safe for the teacher that's in that room or.
Yes. And and both of them have my cell phone number, and if things have, and when we've had some concerning situations, we've had direct contact.
And I think this is probably more my comment just for the general public and the board. So their funding for that student, their count day, they count towards the district they come from. We don't get any funds for that. We get a stipend of like
For the,
$6,000 for administrative support, but their count stays with them, the enrollment stays with them, all of their weighted, their weighted funding and stuff stays with their home district. So the benefit is just that we're one of the bigger schools that has space, I'm guessing, because
Yeah.
Chaparral used to have it, correct?
Yes. And I really careful about confidentiality pipes, because it's not a large number, but half of the students that are PBIS students in Kingman and Norwich right now being served are districts.
Yeah, it was just more
So,
for,
yes,
just
yeah.
for an understanding that there's no financial benefit for us to have this classroom here. It's just.
Open to everybody
Correct.
else.
That's-
You're correct.
That was gonna be my question. Does it rotate? Because this is our first year, right? This is the first year. So will it rotate, or does it depend on the children in the program, or how does that?
So there are some pieces that come into it. It's the districts having the space and willingness to be able to open up this program. Staffing is another piece that goes into it, and currently our elementary PBIS position is open. So we haven't done it rotating. A lot of times when you do set up those classrooms, it is helpful for it to be in the same spot, because you can set up the classroom that it needs to be set up as. That principal, Jamie, has learned so much this year about PBIS and what her role is in supporting it. And that is a learning curve, and she's done a fantastic job. But I mean, her knowledge has gone from this on this to this. So it's not, it can change. That's not typically the model.
So with the district office transitioning to the elementary school and that not being right down the hallway from the office, how does that look?
So I know Jamie has a plan for where the PBIS classroom would be housed at the elementary school. I don't know specifics, and I don't think specifics have been determined, but I know she has a plan for.
yeah, she does. I
And they
talked to
have
her today. She
space.
has it really well laid out.
And they went to Newton, so Newton's PBIS program, which is a very well-run program, and observed, and I know they came back with a list of things that they wanted to adopt and improve. And Jamie went, our coaching specialist went, as well as our current PBIS teacher.
What happens if we don't have a student in PBIS?
So that's, and we have ran into that at our middle school, high school. We've had a lot of students on this process to where they've been working through the process and they've been on the radar. But so if there's not a student in that program, we still want to make sure that we're using those resources. So they may be used somewhere else. They might be reassigned temporarily or used within the building, their SPED program that's in the building. But we want to make sure that they're still being utilized. And what that looks like, it may depend on the needs that we have at that time.
And who's working at the elementary school now she's still there, she's just in the PBIS room, like.
I think it probably varies by day. I think sometimes none. Sometimes the entire day. It really just depends. And if you were, I know several of you were on the board. So when I originally, we actually asked to have this program brought to Kingman, because we had a number of students that could qualify for the program and were really hesitant to agree to go to other places. And so what happens in that is the principal's still overseeing that student, but there's a special education teacher that can no longer see other students because they have to stay in the classroom with that single student, because we do have to provide them with the appropriate educational setting. So in the absence of a PBIS classroom, we would just say to a SPED teacher, to one of our special education teachers, you're now this student's teacher all day, you can't leave this classroom. Because we are always required to provide those services, and so that was why this was advantageous for us. And again, while it's, it can sometimes be, it's easy to notice the days that don't go, that go badly. There are lots of days that go really well, where that go very much unnoticed, and it is the right placement for many.
But essentially, if we didn't have this ability to place a student in that classroom that needed it, just using Jamie for an example, she would be dealing with that student's behavior, whether they were in PBIS or we had to keep
Correct.
them in a special education classroom. So it's really
Correct.
because we have to provide that continuum.
So if they're in Kiowa,
Yes,
I just heard her say that half of those are our kids. So she's gonna spend half her time if we send it to Kiowa. I mean,
She still has to
she
deal
still
with
has
it,
to
whether
take
they're
care of
here.
it.
Well,
Students, right?
in all honesty,
I mean,
the
that's-
parents may elect not to send them.
Yeah.
Right, then that's the thing, is they may, and so they would be with us. And so we would, again, we'd be serving them, but without the benefits of this program to have them be self-contained, which is what they need in that moment. So I think the other thing too, is a lot of people sometimes, look at behavior. So imagine behavior like an illness, right? A lot of times people think this behavior should be fixed by some sort of disciplinary action or something like that. These are students that have a disability, an inability to manage behavior. They need specific instruction in that. So in the absence of this program, they wouldn't get that. And again, they remain in our school. We would just have to find other alternatives and means for providing them that, which would be taking a special education teacher out of rotation to do that. Which would be to the detriment. Which is a detriment to every other student in that, so.
And I know Kevin can explain it so much better, because you have a passion for
I do.
providing these services to all students, and which we really appreciate that you can put it in a way that makes sense.
Because it is our obligation to, again, a lot of these behaviors are explosive and difficult to deal with, and we are obligated still to provide services to those students. They are to be served in a school environment that provides them access to general education students to whatever extent possible, as it says in that special education. That is our legal obligation.
Well, I think it's pertinent to make mention that as a public education system, you cannot deny a student for any reason of education whatsoever, regardless of their behaviors
Correct.
or not. And so contrary to some things that have been put on social media lately, certain schools get certain privileges that we don't have. And so just want to make sure, I think we just want to make sure we understand the need, that the purpose of it, how it's in Kingman benefits, the principals are spending as much time as they would if the student was in a regular class that had to be pulled out for sped anyways.
And we do have that happen, like when I talked about the continuous services. And if that happened now, we had that happen in Kingman, where we have a student work their way through and they're pulled into the resource room for the majority of the day. And the teacher is still trying to provide,
Educated.
it makes it very difficult. We end up having to spread services out to other providers and.
So, and I may be speaking out of turn for the rest of the board. I think maybe the biggest concern is that we want to make sure that this isn't something the board just stuck on the school principals, and that there's a continuous open dialogue between the superintendent and the special education co-op, so that if there's any issues, we can address them as soon as possible. So it's not like this, well, tough luck, Mrs. Campbell, the board said you had to do it type situation that, we want to make sure that that dialogue stays there and it's not just the board said do it. So,
And I will
we're passing
ask,
the buck.
and I will ask the principals, how they feel. So like, if we're looking at, for maybe behaviors ramping up, how are you feeling? Is this, do you feel like we can keep pushing through, keep trying interventions? And so hopefully they feel like they can communicate that with me, because they're the ones that are there every day. I'm not. So I want them to share their thoughts on that. And I feel like they do.
Is that?
How many kids in the elementary school? And I know you can't say.
I know because it's not a very big number. But,
Okay.
But so total this year, we have served a total of 5 in the elementary school.
Okay.
Total at the middle school, high school, we have supported 3. There's been ones that have moved back into the general education, there's ones that have
And
moved.
when they're in that room, they're just with the one teacher or are like,
So it's a self-contained classroom, but, so they have the teacher and then there's two paras at the elementary school, teacher and two paras. And so they're in there for the majority of the day unless they can get to the point to where, and we've done it, I mean, that's part of the process of it, that they can start pushing out to where, like a student started, they pushed out into the science time during their grade level to see if they could be successful. So that a lot of them right now are in that environment the whole time, always with that push towards inclusion.
how do you do that with the kid that's not in our district? Like, do they go into our classrooms then? Like they are serviced through our classrooms?
Yep.
And what's what Pratt had 4 through 8, and how does it determine if they come to Kingman, if they go to Pratt, is it certain types of behaviors maybe, or certain who might have the stronger?
It may be the best, it may be distance from the home
Or their home
district.
school?
It may be the best fit. There could be, we have had this to where there's a conflict between 2 students. And we moved them to two separate buildings. There's a lot of reasons for that. Distance, best fit, of what's best for the student.
Other questions? Does that answer questions that were come up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action items, establishing enrollment capacities relating to non-resident enrollment.
So on page 70, you have what I propose, we would post as our available spaces available for transfer for non-resident transfers. You can see those calculations on page 71 that were used. So we run these numbers out of Skyward and then confirm with the principals anything they know about move-ins, potential move-ins, move-outs, transfers, those things. And so these would be the numbers that I would propose would be posted. This would be the actual webpage, what you would see there. We're actually already taking the transfer requests currently because we're required to keep that open now all the time. So we're actually taking the transfer requests right now. I think we have about 6 of them that have come in since March. And so with the board's approval, we will get this posted up. It's required to be there by May 1st. And we will update that webpage and it'll be available for the
So do we take? I've heard, not just us, other districts, do we take mid-semester transfers?
No.
No, they have to be at the start of,
Prior-
unless they're a bona fide move, right? Like they
Unless
can.
they're a bona fide move, we don't
Don't
take
take
any
any
transfers after the official count date. And most people don't.
Okay.
So you said you have 6 current for this next year, like
Yes.
to come in next year
Yes.
already?
So because of
Is that
this,
one-
they don't have to have board approval anymore. Sorry, I did not mean.
That is correct. They don't need board approval
Okay.
anymore once we
Sorry.
approve these capacities. That is correct.
The 6, are they ones that are already here? Do they have to request every year?
If
or-
you are currently here, you no longer have
You
to
don't-
request. Once you're accepted as a non-resident transfer, as long as you stay in good standing, you can continue, you can have continued enrollment until you graduate. So
And this follows the same rules. So if a student, I'm just using a name, a student gets kicked out of Cheney, as long as there are reasons, we do not have to take,
if they are
reasons
expelled
to
from another
expel,
district, we
we
cannot
do
take
not,
them.
okay.
Yes.
We can, or we don't have to.
We are not allowed to take students that are expelled from other districts
Okay,
that are currently under expulsion. Right.
so once they're past their expulsion
Once they're
year,
beyond their expulsion, I suppose they could apply, they won't meet our good standing requirements.
okay.
For discipline. If
So-
they've been expelled.
So go, Kevin, the 6 that are now, did you say, are the ones that are non-district kids now, are they grandfathered in? Or
Yes.
do they are?
So the ones that have
grandfathered in?
already
These are
been
all new
enrolled is
applicants.
not, so that list of whatever was 34, 54, those are current
Grandfathered.
and they will continue. They are
Okay.
current and continuing. And then all these will be new that come in for this year and they would be then under those same parameters. Once we've said we have capacity and we've determined they meet the good standing requirements, we approve them and enroll them, they can continue to enroll until they graduate.
And if it ever got to a point, a transfer student, this is my understanding, because I had a transfer student. If they get expelled from our school, their home school does not have to accept them back. Is that still the same?
That's not until after their expulsion
Expulsion's over,
is
yeah.
expired.
So
yes.
they're, it's in their best interest to stay on their best behavior.
It is definitely, that's interesting.
Sorry, last question. On the high school numbers, did we take into account the change in like teaching? Because I know these were kind of brought out before.
Yes, so this accounts for that, and in fact, I think that the BLT at the high school actually asked that we increase the number just ever so slightly because they thought they more. So, yeah, so that does, they've actually reviewed and given feedback on what that capacity number should be. Because it is a little more difficult at the high school because it's easy in elementary because you're looking at two teachers but at the high school it's spread out, but they have looked at these numbers as well and affirmed that this is what they believe is a reasonable number to post as open spots for enrollment.
Even with shared teaching, certain teaching positions, there's still adequate space within those
Oh,
classrooms.
yes, oh, absolutely, yes, 100%. Yes, we still have space within almost every, yes, plenty of space.
Just out of curiosity, say you only have 1 or 2 slots, but you say you have 3 applicants, how is that determined?
The order
They are.
I think we're actually, I don't even think it's order anymore, I think we're required to hold a lottery. I think we're required to hold a lottery in June. I believe, I have to look at the statute for sure, we haven't had to do that, but I know there's a lottery process if you have more requests than spots. So.
I'm just curious. Doesn't matter.
This-
I know.
Maybe.
Still.
Not at all. That's,
This here's the one. Because when you got these numbers up, that's 61. When you had these numbers up, it's 23. There.
There's probably a number under the black there somewhere that I'll have to fix. Or that,
That's 30, that's 42.
but that is all, and that, none of that, it's like just this page 70, and so you can see those still,
Okay.
fix those. But you'll see just the open spots for enrollment. So it's interesting, you can see where the large classes are, and where they're really small, and it's just interesting. It doesn't copy and paste well into the board docs.
motion to approve the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, this might be a really question, but okay, what happens if you maximize with an out of district person and then you get someone that moves in district that wants to go?
So our bona fide moves always take precedence over a transfer.
Yes,
So we would have to reduce the number
We'd
of
have to kick
transfers. We'd
out-
have to essentially
Would
say,
we, or,
Certainly wouldn't have to kick out because we've actually set this number so that we really wouldn't overload.
Gotcha.
Even if we filled every one of these spots, we would still have some reserve spots
That's
for
okay.
local move-ins.
there's
Okay.
always that.
that probably was tough.
Because there's always that potential, and so we've set that number below our actual capacity in that grade level, to leave a little bit of space just in the event that we get
Gotcha.
difficulties
Okay,
throughout the year, because in regard to your question, Christy, if you move here, we take you anytime. If you're a transfer, we would only enroll you prior to the game.
Make a motion to approve the 25-26 enrollment capacities as presented.
second.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Angie. Further discussion? All those in favor? 7-0. Consideration of KASB membership renewal for 2025-2026.
Motion to approve KSB membership renewal as presented.
Moved by Christie, seconded by Eric. Any further discussion on the KSB membership renewal? All those in favor? 7-0, consideration of KASB legal assistance fund contract for 25-26.
Motion to approve legal assistance fund contract as presented. Lori and I are on first name basis.
Second.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Angie. Any further discussion on the legal assistance fund contract? All those in favor? 7-0. Consideration of JAG partnership agreement.
Motion to approve the JAG contract for 25-26.
Moved by Christie, seconded by Eric. Any further discussion on the JAG partnership agreement?
So this on the end is our cost, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there'd be an estimate as they look at the CPI for the region. That will, but it's gonna be fairly close.
That program has grown so much. It is awesome to see.
That's awesome. I was.
And kids actually want to
Oh, yeah.
join it now.
It's a great program.
All those in favor? I got a second. Andy's got it.
Yeah.
No, let's make it to discussion. You got a second. You good?
Eric got it.
Oh, Eric got it. I'm sorry. Eric did. All right. All those in favor? 7-0. Roofing project.
Step out.
It'll be the Norwich Pre-K shop building. DCS has gathered bids to replace the Norwich Pre-K roof. Due to the age of the roof, insurance of the building could be lost if the roof is not replaced. Andy's discussed all of that. Got recommended approval for DCS to contract AP Roofing and CMI for the total project of $70,847.89.
Motion to approve the DCS contract as presented.
Second.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Angie. Any further discussion on the roofing project? All those in favor?
The roof gonna be replaced in kind with metal.
No, it's a cover.
It's a cover.
Covering.
Okay.
Very good. Good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Okay, all those in favor? 6. Oh.
She's not paying attention. Like her brain's fried today. Bless her. 6-2. You come with me.
Hey, Erica. He's in the small hall. District office relocation. In order to ensure the relocation of the district office can be completed prior to the start of the 25-26 school year, we recommend the transfer of $150,000 from the unused bond and interest fund to capital outlay fund. This will allow us to get started on the project until such time as the funds from the sale of the current building are available. This transfer's got a handout.
Twins of architect of Wichita. Oh, you're talking about him?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, he-
No.
Walkers, it's nostalgia. Pick money on the price, man.
So we've actually, I
You could
think,
use it for all the files.
we actually demoed the lockers, I think ourselves. They're already out today. I was up there, so I'm assuming that they've taken out that bank of lockers. So what you see there on the plan that, I don't think DCS is quite ready for us to share publicly, which is why I'm sharing this with you so we can kind of have a review here. On that front section, that is the low building, that is the unused classroom space, and on the far right there would be the entryway and an entry, and a reception area right here. That's where Angie would post up. You'll notice the boiler room over there to the right. They'll actually put a sliding sort of barn door type thing over that, so that you're not looking at that. It looks like if you've been in there, it looks kind of like you're going into a old bunker. And so it's the most, if you've never been in that boiler room, it's one of the most interesting spaces because it has a bank of windows. It's sort of beautiful in there, but it's a boiler room. It's very strange. I'm not sure about the design, the original design. So that's where Angie will be there in reception. And then right around the corner, that first classroom on the front, that would be the boardroom. And those first two classrooms, you'll notice those first two rooms, you'll see the indication that we would tile those two classrooms, those two rooms for the purposes of sound and an aesthetic. Now, Andy, you might correct me if I'm wrong. So this, the little space down that back hallway there, so where you see 2 and 3, that's a little storage area. Are we putting the glass doors back on? No.
No,
We're not.
fire marshal things, if the room is longer than 20 feet, you have to have 2 exits. So and that's by occupancy. So we are going to actually make on the west side of that hallway, we're going to actually put in a wall so that there won't be a door there. And then we'll cut that hallway in 2 so that we have a storage area and a computer. The printer area. So there's a little bit of change on that because again, the fire marshal was.
So we won't be able to come in from the back
We'll
there?
be able to come in from that door.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
It'll be a wall, because otherwise we have to put in control access for being able to, because remember, the whole purpose of that was to be able to keep people from having unfettered access into
Yes.
the elementary. So if you have a door there, it can't be locked from the inside because you gotta have egress. So there would have to be additional money spent to put card readers and tie it into the fire alarm system so that it would open automatically or be unlocked automatically. So to kind of mitigate some of that cost, we decided to just go with the wall and make the half of that.
And then closed storage, okay,
Yes.
and then closed storage there, and then as you go to the left hand sheet, you'll see there's a break room. There won't be anything but paint done in that room. There's in 113, that's a storage. We have tons of files that we are required. We're purging a ton, but our required files are still pretty substantial. And so that will be a storage area. We can't call it file storage because fire marshal doesn't like that word, but it is gonna be storage area, and there will be file cabinets.
You know how you get rid of that? Make everything.
Perhaps. And then to the left of that, at 112 is Diana. That's Diana's office there. She actually, if you've ever seen her do the budget, she has to spread out all over the place in that office of hers. And so that'll give her lots of space for her files and the ability to spread out, and also to have sort of a reception area so we can come in. A lot of people come in and out of her office, and so she'll be able to work with them. So you see the boardroom again. They are moving that bank of lockers, and they're going to fur the walls there in the front, so that we actually like the floor, so we're just going to polish up the floor. But they will fur the walls in the front to cover up some of that old tile, so it looks like a professional reception area there. Then again, the boardroom, the 103 office, that would be where Darla and Megan would be housed. They want no walls, and so they like an open space. So there's Darla and Megan, and then a little farther to the left, there are 2 offices. They would break that classroom into 2 offices with an entry space. That would be Amy, and would leave us a space. So we do sometimes still have virtual students that have to come and take tests and things like that. And so that she can host them in there. Also will allow some conference space. She meets with counselors and food service often, so she would have that space. And then farther to the left at the end, those 2 offices in that little conference area, that would be Andy's office and my office down there on the end. And you can see there's lots of different doors that has to do with fire marshal and requirements, and so they've done a lot of the work. And then you'll see the wall there numbered, I believe that's numbered, is it 9? Okay, 9 to 10, thank you. So that's the wall that gives us then access to the bathrooms, and then still leaves those 2 classrooms for elementary space. And so gives us, I think, gives the district office ample space to do what we need to do. We also have some storage in the back of the life skills building over Crossway. We've cleared a lot of that out. We've actually cleared a ton of stuff. And so the proposal here tonight is, because we do need to get started and we don't have any of the funds available from the sale, that $150,000 will cover money used bond and interest money that we've had for many years unused. And would allow us to get started with some of the construction so that we can have it done by the time that the school year begins. As you know, I've proposed, I think, since we're redoing the space, I think it makes sense to give, workspaces to the office staff that are more functional. So we've looked at some of those. We don't believe that the amount would exceed 150,000 total. Of course, that would, be an investment of less than 20,000 when you factor in the sale of the building. And the fact that a lot of the HVAC work we would have been doing in this building. So we'll be investing in a district building as opposed to putting money into the downtown building, which is significant in the next few years. So that is the proposal, so we can relocate the board office. We think that gives us a more sustainable plan moving forward for the district over the next few years. That is actually, when you come in, that door is right there. And then it's like 3 separate rooms, that front room. I think, no, it's actually where.
You see where Bowen was, right when you walk in that door.
I think maybe Brandy is in there somewhere in the back.
Is it our therapy room?
It's that 3 room,
When you
it's a
walk in the
strange
front
little
door.
room. There's an entry and there's a back and a.
On the one that's the whole length of that room, that's Brandy and her special ed people, and then there's a resource room. And then in the back of that is where I work when I'm there, or we have therapy.
Yeah, that room, it's split up. It had to have been split up for some purpose at some point, but that's how they're using it right now.
So.
Yeah.
Just trying to make sure.
Yes.
Actually. So in that space, what's that? I know we have some paras that have their own classroom, which is not needed. It's not necessary for them to have their own classroom. And so I think there's been some conversations publicly within the public and or people who work for our district that we are not displacing any potential classrooms. There's paras that have their own that don't need them because they should be in the general education space and the teachers' classrooms. We have space is Rachel's closet still at the elementary school? Anybody? Is it
Yes.
Rachel's closet?
Yes, they have a plan for that as
They have a
well.
plan to move that and it won't disrupt anything else. I think he probably hears more stuff than I do, but with the elementary school, I don't have a kid down there anymore, so I don't hear it. Does that seem like it kind of covers that we are not displacing anyone? I know there's.
I mean, just a few, because Jamie and I have had this conversation. I assume that she and her staff are having as well. So there's a band room that sits completely unused, which is a little bit larger than this room we're in right now. They have the behavior classroom. I think each special education teacher has their own classroom currently. The literacy specialist has their own classroom. The Title I teacher has their own classroom. Those are highly unusual for service providers. Service providers usually don't have an entire classroom. They share a space. We've just had the luxury of having, so whenever you have room, you fill it. But that's not space that is actually needed. That space we're using, but could be utilized differently. And so it will require some change. And there may be some that are maybe more resistant to that change. I wouldn't be surprised. But again, I think what the perspective they don't have is what is the long-term benefit for the district? That's not something they really had to consider, right? And
We're not the
so,
only district that has the board office attached to the high school or middle school or
Right,
elementary school.
right.
This is pretty common, like
and so,
bigger districts don't have it.
like I said, that is unused. That space is not needed to do the things they need to do in the elementary school. In fact, if I'm correct, I think that space was slated for demolition at some point in time during a bond proposal
Yes, I
because it
believe
was
so.
unused.
Yes, it was.
That building is designed for about 800 students and now holds half. And so again, there's plenty of space. It will require some change and, attitude.
Change is good.
And so, but again, I think for the long-term benefit, again, our carrying cost on our current building, because if we did not make this move, and so again, I want to be clear, without some additional funds to like HVAC upgrades that we were going to have to do anyway, and those things, we won't be able to make this move. So in the absence of this move, we would stay in our, I guess, current spot, which would then require significant investment over the course of the next few years. which again, from in our estimation, was not great use of money since there is a space in a building we currently own on a ground that we're gonna maintain forever. So that really is our recommendation.
And what's our insurance savings estimated to be?
I think it was,
Insurance was 9,000.
But it was
Here.
utilities, all
Annually.
that, utilities, insurance, maintenance, it was a estimate. I remember the number around a 40. 40 sounds like a number I remember for some reason. She's shaking her head, so I'm not too far off.
Yeah.
But
so
Annually.
annually.
and we will not exceed 150.
No, and actually like I said, our actual investment from capital funds will be somewhere, again, the estimates for costs are estimated right now because there's like Doug and Mike, and we're still looking at what can we do internally to save money. And so, our actual investment for the actual renovation of the space, capital money wise, I don't think it'd be $20,000.
Yeah.
In addition to the
Above
building.
In addition, which would still not exceed the 150.
That absolutely not, this exceed
Okay, because I feel like my motion
that not to
is
exceed
going to see
150 for
150
sure.
in total.
Yes, and the
So
reason
that
we're
if
asking for.
CPS has to cut their fee back by a smidgen.
Well, we'll
You're
be looking at trading, we'll be looking at trading, labor costs. I think
Okay.
things that will, like I said, they've already removed whiteboards and bullet boards they can get into, so there's some things that they'll be going in and doing, so then that will take off. So, which is why we haven't shared their original bid tab, because figuring out what exactly we are going to do versus what they're doing.
But this transfer of funds will help us because for the things that we know, for example, creating the entryways. If we can get those blocked off, they can start doing anything they want. Once those are built, as soon as school is out, they can close that off and get started inside. But if we don't have them sort of laying some of that foundation right now, it's gonna be really tough to get done over the summer, and I really don't want us to be interrupting school.
That's what I was gonna ask.
You know what
how
I
much
mean?
of this
There's
is
nothing
interrupt-
worse than like, oh, hi, back to school night, don't park in front, because we've got trucks staked out there trying to do work, and that just isn't a great way to start the year. So that's the hope with this proposal.
I guess my only concern is when we discussed this, we said that it was gonna be a wash, and so I feel like we, kind of voted the district office to be sold and all that stuff with the thought process that we were going to just use what we made. And I understand getting it started and moving the funds that we know we're gonna get off of this per the contract. I guess I'm concerned about the additional.
Well, I think originally when we talked about a wash, I think we were looking at a sale price that would have sort of, we thought equaled the bid amount. The sale price isn't quite what we had hoped. And so, but again, then from our perspective, really the only choice is to make a small investment, a capital investment on our part to actually be able to complete the project.
So I second what Lisa's saying to the point that I wish it was presented, and this is all learning process for sure, that maybe we should have presented with the fact that we want to say we have 150 and we'll replace with whatever funds. We won't exceed 150, but we'll replace the funds with what we get from the sale. The sale's already in motion. The staff, I know at the board office, has taken numerous steps to already shrink their inventory of stuff. And to pay for some hoarding sins of the past. And so I have the exact same reluctance that you do, but it's already in motion. So I'll make a motion, but it not to exceed 150,000, and those funds get replaced with the sale of the building.
Got a motion by Christie, I'll need a second.
The only thing I was gonna say was, I was just on the facilities and Tab, you sat there too. On our DCS report of all the stuff that needs to be done. Andy, are you comfortable? I mean, you saw all that list of DCS, and I mean, for us to spend for this, I just don't want to be
It's a good question. It's a fair question. I think in terms, we didn't put anything on that list that wasn't an attendance center. That's on DCS's list, where we had our facilities assessment.
Right.
We don't have anything on there that's not an attendance center. So if we're gonna continue to be in the district office, there's gonna be some significant costs that we're gonna have to plan down the road.
Sure. Take away from an
We're
attendance
gonna
center.
take away from attendance centers there too. So, we have a considerable list that we are looking at. This would be a less expensive way to take care of some of that. There is gonna be some additional costs, but I think the cost down the road could be significantly higher. And I think that's the way that I'm looking at it.
So it said we're transferring it from unused bond and interest fund. Is that currently gaining interest, that the funds that we're pulling it from?
That part of
It's just in the bank. I mean, it's just part of. Is it in a general checking account or it's not an interest bearing account right now?
That's a tricky question because we have cash in several different places.
Yes.
Likely it is gaining more interest than the regular checking account. Because it's just sitting there. This is from when we paid off the last bond. This was the funds remaining.
Right.
So, but we're going to be replenishing it from the money from the sale, which we should be getting within 30 days.
Correct, yes, the vast majority will be replenished from the.
So can we not draw the whole 150 and make, if it could possibly be an account that's drawing interest, can we make the transfers in like tranches where it's, there's in construction, there's progress billings, right? So it's like draw one, it's $20,000 and they give you a tally of what that, and then there's a draw two, so that if it is encased in an interest bearing account, that we continue to earn interest and just not pull the full amount of funds. Because construction is always a progress billing, right? So, that would be my recommendation, is
Yes,
to only
we could do
pull
that.
as needed.
Yes.
I would agree.
That makes sense.
We could also use the capital outlay funds that we have,
Cause you can replenish capital outlay at any time, right?
Correct.
I mean, what do we need to start the 30 days though? That's my other thing. Like, is there really a point in pulling the whole 100? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I'm saying, is only pull on the draws as they bill them.
yeah.
I mean,
Construction.
the authorization could be
Percent of
to
completion.
authorize up to 150,000 in capital outlay. This was, again, as an option for not using our current capital outlay and using what we had in reserve. And again, I would agree in hindsight, I certainly wish I had presented it differently early. I think we had a much more, maybe I had a much more hopeful outlook on what the sale price would be and that we could get it through for that price. I think what has really pushed us at this point is the HVAC needs. And again, those HVAC needs, we weren't accounting for in that original, when we said we could do this at a wash. And again, I know that it doesn't seem that way, but those HVAC needs, we're gonna be replacing HVAC in one place or another very soon. And it just makes sense to make that investment in a building that we're going to occupy forever. Or for as long as this district
I think
exists.
to Lisa's point, we just need to make sure that our money in the bank works for us. As opposed to drawing it when it's not needed and let it.
Yes.
What are
Send
the ways in which?
send that up.
Sorry,
No, go ahead.
what are the ways in which the purchaser can not purchase?
The sale not to go through, is that what you're asking? Are we past the point where the sale is a possibility?
We have to wait.
Yeah, but I
We
mean,
can't come
other
to an
than
agreement on inspection.
other than them looking at these things that they're having done, can they withdraw for any other reason?
They can only withdraw if we don't come to an agreement on inspections.
They can withdraw.
Yeah.
They would just have to
They-
fork over their,
Earn us money,
They
Yeah,
would just
earn
lose
money.
$1,000, right?
whatever they, but
Yeah, and that's all in the contract.
Cause there's some things I've heard that make me a little bit scary about this sale. just let you guys know some things that I've heard in town from some very reliable source, so there could be something coming down the pipe that it might not happen. Because they've discovered how much everything is going to cost them.
I'm not sure how they discovered it if there's no inspection report done.
You know, like their insurance, there's just a bunch of things that they.
Well, unfortunately, not having insurance isn't a reason to withdraw from a real estate contract. Last I knew, not being able to find reasonable insurance was not a reason to withdraw from a real estate contract.
Yeah, but you're saying if they can withdraw them just and say they
They
don't
have to
get,
fork over
they
that.
fork over their
Yeah, but there's
$1,000.
still like, you might check with Mike, but I'm pretty sure there are rules behind what they can and can't. They can't just up and say, you know what, I changed my mind.
That's what I'm asking, that's what I'm
Yeah, I
asking.
think
Can
there's
they
some
just
rules
change their
behind it.
mind?
Sure they can.
So I'm just saying, but from what I've heard, it's been scaring me, so I just wanna let you guys know that there has been some talk out there.
I haven't heard anything from Mike
Okay.
Yeah.
Floyd on anything in regards to that.
No. June 30? Was that the tentative closing date?
2020.
20.
20th of this month?
June.
Got a motion by Christie. Does anybody want to second it?
Is she gonna revise it to where we don't pull, or can we do that? Or
I
is
don't
that-
think is that part of the motion or is it just?
I think if
a
you authorize
consensus
them to, if you just, Diana says we can pull it in that way, so we don't need to make a mass transfer. We could just do it incrementally and you would see it on a financial report.
I'll second it. Been moved by Christie, seconded by Jeff. To use $150,000 for the relocation of the district office to the elementary school. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-2.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
52, Lisa and Missy on the
Thank
two. You're up.
I have a motion to meet an executive session to discuss personnel matter for non-elected personnel. I move that the board meet an executive session to discuss personal issues pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under coma. And I ask that we invite Mrs. Henry from KASB and 7:37 to return to the boardroom at 8:15 after a 5-minute break.
Been moved by Christie.
Yeah.
Missy second. Go into executive session till 8:45 with KASB
8:15.
or 8:15. Yeah, I'm glad you got that. I got it. 8:15. Christie, seconded by Missy with a 5-minute break. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 7-0. Yeah, like 45.
Erica's gonna turn to a pumpkin. anyway.
I was gonna turn into a pumpkin.
I think it's waiting for both.
In wrong second. Start showing stuff without asking. Wait, did I just make myself sorry? But I just.
I'm older, so you're good.
I'm not saying a word.
Where'd you go, Jeff? We're gonna be back in regular session.
To go back in.
Just to go back.
Yeah, we have one more, Erica. I move that the board meet in executive session to discuss negotiations pursuant to the employee negotiations exception under coma, and I recommend we invite the superintendent and assistant superintendent and return to the board meeting, whatever, yeah, return at what time, how long do you need, Andy, how long do you need, Kevin? Return at 8:50 with no break.
Sounds good.
Been moved by Christie,
Second.
seconded by Angie. Any further discussion on the executive session? All those in favor? 7-0.
Yeah. Don't want you to be in a group. If you do. Upwards.
We're back in regular session.
This is make a motion to go, I move that the board meet in executive session, to discuss personnel issues pursuant to non-elected personnel exception or coma, and be back in the boardroom at 9:01.
That's quick.
It will be.
We'll be right back.
Got a second and a vote.
Take a second. Vote, all in favor, 7-0. Lisa second.
She knows.
She's talking.
It's the same thing. I told her.
You're back.
Oh, yeah, on the next one. Are you voting?
I will make a motion for that as well.
Okay, we're back in regular session. Other actions as required.
I make a motion that we, engage with KSB for the superintendent search in the amount of $5,500.
Second.
Been moved by Christie, seconded by Erica. Is there any further discussion of hiring KASB for the superintendent search? All those in favor? 7-0.
I make a motion that we have a special board meeting on May 5th at 6 PM at the district office to review superintendent candidates. 6 PM.
6 PM. Been moved by
5,
Christie,
6 PM, district office.
special board meeting.
Second.
So,
May 5th,
Bye-bye.
And you second.
Monday by 5.
Monday. Been moved by Christie, seconded by Angie to have a special board meeting on May the 5th at 6 o'clock at the board office to review superintendent applicants. Any discussion? All those in favor? 7-0.
I also have one request. So would the board consider, a special meeting for the purpose only of personnel, like around April 28th? We still have some positions to fill. It'd be nice to be able to approve those teaching positions so that they can, if they need to resign, they can resign at a May board meeting. If you would consider it just a meeting
Would
strictly
May
for
5 work for
personnel.
that too?
Can
Too
you-
late?
You can
Can we have
have,
two?
you just have to stick to the agenda. You can't modify
Okay,
it.
we
Yes.
could do multiple.
We just do it on the 5th and just,
And that's fine, that's just.
and I'm just making sure it's,
It gets everybody before the second day, which is then.
Okay. otherwise we just need 4 for a special meeting to do that. So if we have anyone that comes push comes shove, I guess they let us know and we can try
I
to do a
will
special
contact you,
meeting.
I just don't wanna hold them up.
No, for
too
sure,
long. We do have several, we still.
I think there's enough of us that can do a quick special meeting prior to the 5th if we need to for HR stuff, so just let us know.
Will do,
That work, Kevin?
yes, that works.
So we'll add that to the agenda, Diane. Nothing further to come before the board. The next meeting will be May the 5th at 6 o'clock at the district board office. Meeting, sure, special board meeting.
Yep.